these objects right here on the pedestal. So we're just getting one started up. You're welcome to ask any questions that you have, and then I'll kind of start talking once things start moving a little more. They just added a layer, I guess I can say it on, can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay. They just added a layer of color. So you can see there's an example of the clear one and a colored one right there. So they All right, so we have our Hot Shop resident team working on the floor today. Sarah Gilbert is at the bench, and just on the other side of the bench, Gabe Feenan is seated blowing through the pipe. And that's expanding the space, or the hollow air bubble that's on the inside of the molten glass. That's a hollow steel pipe, so he's able to blow through that and expand the form. And we also have with us Nick Davis, who will be assisting. Right over here, he's standing next to a mold. So there's some stairs that they set up. The mold is made out of wood, so it has to be soaked in a tub of water in between each use, just to prevent that from deteriorating. Right now, Sarah's using a pad of newspaper that's folded, and this allows her to use the pressure of her hand movements to shape the bubble. Now she's using the jacks to put an indentation just in front of where the glass is attached to the pipe. And that's the neckline. The neckline will be the area that it gets broken off of the pipe later on in the process. Oh, it's writing my words out. Is that always like that? What's that? When I talk, it does that. All right, so they're going into the mold. Nick's just going to hold that closed around the glass bubble on the inside. And Sarah will blow through the pipe to further expand the bubble to take on the shape of the interior of the mold. Now you can see this is creating a lot of pressure as we were soaking that wooden mold in water, so it's steaming up. There's some vent holes, so that's how the steam is escaping from the mold. The decanter that they designed, they're doing a production of, are going to be available at our Red Hot auction that's happening this coming September 19th. Is our annual auction, and this year's theme is celebrating a Venetian-inspired evening. They will also have a goblet that they will reproduce as well. So this is the design of the goblet, and these are the decanters. They'll also be taking this serpent dragon stem and doing something very similar to that will go into a stopper on the top of the decanter. Using a mold is a really great way to consistently produce an item that are the same size and shape. This next part, they're going to be adding on these bits of clear glass. Gabe just brought a piece over that he gathered from the furnace where their molten glass is kept inside of a crucible at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And hot glass sticks to hot glass, so they're able to just touch that molten gather down on the side, get stretched down to the bottom, and they'll do a couple more of those before adding the foot. So now that they've added those bits, stretch them down to the bottom, they all sort of converge on the very bottom of the piece. Next, Gabe is going to prepare this solid foot. It's just, we call it a cookie foot. It's just a solid cylindrical foot. Sarah's using the oxypropane torch. That torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's something that we can use to really focus concentrated heat in one specific area. So adding those bits and stretching them down to the bottom, we just want to make sure everything is fused together completely using that torch. The other torch that's just on the back side, we have this flame open all the time. That just gives us direct access to using the hot torch because we have to ignite it. But that one's about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit and gives a more overall and broad heat to the piece. So Gabe has a solid pipe with solid clear glass on the end. They're going to drop that right onto the bottom and then shape the foot. Sarah is using a taglio, which is a graphite paddle, to shape the side of the foot, where Gabe was putting pressure with a wooden paddle on the bottom of the foot at the same time to create that cylindrical shape. Welcome, those of you who just arrived. My name is Heather. I'll be your MC today in the Hot Shop. We're working with our resident Hot Shop team. We have Sarah Gilbert seated at the bench, Nick Davis, who just retrieved the piece, back to the bench, and then Gabe Feenan in the black hat. We're in the stage of the process where we're going to transfer this onto a punty, which is a solid pipe that gets attached to the bottom of the foot, allowing them to break it off the original blowpipe and have access to shaping the top of the vessel. These are decanters that our Hot Shop team designed to produce in a limited edition series, and these will be available at our Red Hot auction in September, on September 19th, so save the date for that. They'll, again, do a limited edition series of decanter along with these beautiful goblets. This is this year's design of the goblet. The decanter will also get a sculpted serpent stopper that will go on top of it. Today we'll just be working on the vessel section of the decanter. Over on the right side we have our Hilltop artists working along with a hands-on experience with one of our guests. So that if you ever want to try your own hand at working with glass, we do offer hands-on experience down here in the Hot Shop, as well as glass fusing and other forms in our Ed studio. So check that out too. All right, so now they've just finished that, placing it into the annealing oven, which is going to slowly cool the glass over a period of time to relieve any stress in the glass so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And that should be in just overnight. Will be enough time. And they're going to start up the next one. For those of you who arrived a little later on, we're working on these decanters that are on the pedestal right over there. Every year they create a goblet and decanter design to produce in a limited edition series for our Red Hot auction in September. So save the date, September 19th. Those will be available then. They'll be celebrating an evening of Venetian glass is the theme, I believe. Isn't that the like national endowment for the arts or something?
I think so. It's like basically we have Sam who's been here before. He's one of the actors for it, but they have like a slew of actors, and they're basically reading excerpts. Well, they're basically retelling the book, like acted out. Like they've kind of scripted it out, and then they're just retelling the book. So it's kind of like a book club thing almost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we've been doing it the last couple of weekends.
Is it one single book?
Yeah. It's a book called Bewilderment by Richard Powers. I'm wondering if there's something in here. Oh, this right here. Yeah, that's.
Oh,
right
perfect.
Here. Yeah, that's it right there. I'll talk to you.
Welcome, for those of you who just arrived, to the Museum of Glass. My name is Heather. I'm your MC today. So if you have questions, you can always just come to me with those. Right over here is the starting bench for what we're creating today. They're doing a limited edition series of decanter, those round orb-like bottles that are on the pedestal on that side. They're doing that limited edition series, which they'll have finished and available for our Red Hot auction, September 19th. So we got to get ahead of that, get these produced and ready to go for that Red Hot auction. So what they've done so far was gather from the glass furnace, which is right over here, and we can, if we can pull up a diagram of the inside of the furnace on the screen, but I'll just go ahead and open it up and have you peek in here. You can't really see inside it because it's giving off so much light that you can't really see what's going on. But inside is a large ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear glass inside, and it's kept there at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass is at the consistency of honey. So in order to gather it on the end of the pipe, you heat the end of the pipe so the hot glass will stick to the hot metal and turn the pipe into the pool of molten glass, which Nick is doing right now. On the floor today is our resident Hot Shop team members, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, and Gabe Feenan. They're working on that production at the two benches right over here. And over on the other side, we have some community members from the Hilltop Artist Program that are working on a hands-on experience with one of our guests. We do offer these hands-on experiences if that's something that you find yourself to be interested in. I think today's schedule is pretty full. You can always check the front desk, but I know there's openings tomorrow. So if you want to come back or just plan for your next visit, you can schedule that with them at the front desk. Right over here, Nick is preparing a blow mold. It's made out of wood and soaked in a tub of water in between uses. Sarah's got that glass bubble that she's been preparing over here at the center bench. And Gabe will blow through the hollow steel pipe to expand the space or the bubble on the inside of the glass. Right now, she's using a wooden block to center and shape the glass into a symmetrical form. And then you just saw Gabe blowing through the pipe, again, expanding that on the other side. Sarah just switched over to a pad of newspaper that's soaked with water. This allows her to use the pressure of her hand movements to shape the bubble. How's it going? We got a couple things happening at the same time. So. Yeah. So this is the hands-on experience. This team is with the Hilltop Artists. I know, with all the cameras, all things, they're kids' toys, like from a I met this artist and she like does the most peculiar things. Like just drills holes in random plastic toys, like rubber duckies and Barbie shoes and I like it. Thanks. All right. Okay, now they're just placing the bubble into the wooden mold. Nick is going to keep that closed. Sarah's blowing through the pipe, and that's expanding the bubble to take on the shape of the interior of the mold. You'll notice it's steaming up. That hot glass is starting to make that soaked water turn into steam, and there's some steam holes to relieve the pressure that happens on the inside. And there we have it. For those of you who just walked in, this is what we're working on today, and we are doing it in blue. Now, right now, the color does not look like its true color because it's being affected by the light of the heat. So it looks a little bit more green right now. If it were just clear glass, it would kind of look a little orange. So that's what's visually affecting the color. But once it's all cooled down, it's going to look like this one here. They're making a really adorable bunny on that side. That's for our hands-on experience. And right now they're using what's called a stringer. It's a piece of colored glass that they've stretched into a really skinny rod. And they'll use a torch to heat up just the specific areas that they want to be softened. So wherever that stringer is going to touch the sculpture, but also they have to melt the end of the stringer and use that like they're drawing with it. So they're literally drawing with molten glass. Now they're adding the clear bits that go on the outside of the decanter. Gabe's gonna bring all four, there's 4 total, so it gets touched down and then stretched onto the bottom of the vessel. They're almost finished with the little bunny that they're working on this side. So they just had her add a little bit of water at an indentation called the neckline, just in front of where that is attached to the pipe. The water creates stress fractures in that one area so they can tap the pipe to break it off. And then it has to go into an annealing oven to slowly cool overnight to relieve any stress in the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And they just place that onto a cookie foot. This allows this to stand up on its own. So a little desktop ornament that they created there. And then they're placing it over to the annealing oven number 3, where Eden's gonna open the door, and it is a top loader. So if you guys stand up, you can see inside, but don't get too close. All right, let's give them a round of applause, everyone. So now Sarah's using the hot torch that's fueled by oxygen and propane. That torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it allows her to heat up an area in a very concentrated space. So where all these sort of, I guess I'm calling them legs, that they pulled down onto the bottom of it, making it stretch, and as it stretches, it cools a little bit. So you want to make sure everything's really nice and fused on to the bottom of it. Gabe is going to prepare another bit, a little bit bigger this time, and they're going to be adding a solid foot. So that's that short little cylinder right here. It's going to go right onto the bottom. Sarah's just making a little mark to help her aim for center when they put on the bit for the foot. Sarah has a pair of diamond shears that's going to cut all the way around the glass to detach it from the puntee. Sarah's using a talio, which is a graphite paddle that she's placing on the bottom edge. And at the same time, Gabe has a wooden paddle that he's pressing on the bottom. So that's going to give it a nice, crisp, cylindrical shape. So as I mentioned earlier, the color looks different right now. You can see as he brought that fresh glass over, when it's closer to 2,000 degrees, it's really bright, glowing orange, and then it sort of kind of dims down as that begins to cool some. Now Gabe's preparing a punty, which is a solid pipe, a little bit of clear glass shaped on the end. That's going to get attached to the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they'll break it off of the original blowpipe, and this gives them access to shaping the neck and the lip of the decanter. All right, so now they're going to align that on center on the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they'll go ahead and break it off of the original blowpipe at the neckline. The neckline's an indentation just in front of where it's attached to the blowpipe. They'll run water along that line, and that is the separation point where it gets broken off. A little bit of a dip into the water, drop that right on the neckline, tap the pipe, and it's released. Just some little minor adjustments to make sure that that's sitting on center, so as it's rotated, it's symmetrical in form. Sarah was just using a propane torch. That's around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This gives a broader overall heat, but also still being able to focus that on the upper area of the vessel. They want to soak in the heat here, allowing that to be more malleable so they can shape that area. All right, so they're going to continue making these really cute bunny figurines over here on the hands-on experience. All right, look at this cuteness. This is an example of one from a different day. So they'll be doing this. This is the subject of today's experience. So each new community member that's signed up for the experience will get to choose the colors of the bunny that they want, and then they'll produce something about this size. she texted me to ask if I could cover because they told her she can't cover. Yeah. So I guess she just wanted herself out. I mean, it happens to me before. I'm just. Good to see you. I miss you. Yeah. I know, like a few minutes ago, I was like going through the field. I'm like, you guys, I haven't done it in so long. It's been a couple years. Yeah, it is. I don't, not like every week. Yeah, yeah. Good to see you. So we have two different color applications happening on the separate pieces. Right over here you see these small metal bowls, and they have a whitish ivory maybe color, and then a blue, that's the color combination. And it's granular colored glass, and when they gather fresh molten clear glass from the furnace, they're able to roll it in those bowls and it sticks to the surface. And then they melt that into the reheating chamber. That's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit inside that chamber. And that melts the picked up frit, that granular colored glass, into the surface of the clear. And then next, they're going to be placing an indentation just in front of the head of the pipe. And this is solid. It's going to be a solid sculpted bunny, so we don't have a bubble inside that glass. All right, so there's continued to refine the top of the decanter. And they'll get that prepped to go into the annealing oven. The annealing oven is there to slowly cool the glass overnight in this case to relieve the stress so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. It'll hold at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the day, which is a safe temperature, and it's not going to warp or anything at that temperature. It's finishing off the bottom, and it's off to the annealing oven. Everyone, let's give them a round of applause. For those of you who arrived a little later on, welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. My name is Heather. I'm your MC today. We have our Hot Shop resident team working here at the center and side bench. Nick Davis, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feenan right over there. On this side of the shop, we have our Hilltop Artists, which is a community program, and they are assisting in the Blow Your Own experience, well, in Sculpt Your Own today, since it's a solid form. And so the people that are working along with our guests that are having the experience went through the Hilltop Artist Program. It's a really amazing program here in Tacoma where kids can start blowing glass in Tacoma Public Schools at age 12. Pretty amazing stuff. Too loud? All right, Sarah's gonna pick up some color that's been preheated to about 1,000 degrees from the color bar warmer. That's a tiny little oven over there. That is gonna be used to create this blue color on the decanter right here. These ones were more prototypes, so once they started getting the design worked out, then they start using the color. We're getting ready to do a color overlay technique. Over on this side, Nick has a clear starter bubble on a hollow steel blowpipe. Gabe has the colored glass that he's heated up to a softened molten state. You can see it's glowing bright orange. They drop that right over the top of the starter bubble, and then it's gonna get smoothed over the bubble in an even layer, which is going to give us the visual of a solid color of blue glass. So if you look at this one here, it's an even color all throughout the vessel by doing the color overlay technique. So you may have noticed when you came in, we have a lot of our kids' design glass sculptures on display in the Grand Hall and all throughout the back hallway along Dock Street. So make sure to check those out. They're wildly funny and very entertaining. But it is a program that we have here at the Museum of Glass for kids 12 and under. And I would like to play a short video on the screen that gives you a little bit more information about the Kids Design Glass program. So if we can pull up the video of KDG.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
the way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do. So they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So if you're 12 or younger and you would like to draw a picture and submit that today, you're welcome to do so. There's drawing materials and places to draw in the education studio just out in the Grand Hall. All right, so here at the middle bench, they've now gathered the amount of glass needed for the size of the piece that they're going to make. If you arrived a little later on, we're working on these decanters that are on display on the pedestal right over here. Sarah's now using the jacks to place an indentation in front of the head of the blowpipe. That is the neckline. The neckline is placed in now, but will later on be the place where they break it off the blowpipe when they transfer it. All right, they just finished the bunny sculpture over here and placed that into the annealing oven. Let's give them a round of applause. On this side of the shop, they're working on hands-on experiences with community guests. So you're able to try your hand at glass. If you'd like to sign up for that, you can do so at the front desk. This is today's subject. So that each guest will pick out their colors that they want to do, and then they'll go through sculpting the rabbit with them. Sarah's just brought over the bubble to place inside the mold that Nick will close around it. She's going to blow in through the pipe. It's going to expand the bubble to take on the shape of the inside of the mold. The mold is made out of wood, and in between each use, it's soaked in water, so you'll notice a lot of steam exiting the mold. Creates a lot of pressure in there. Nicely done. All right, then Nick's going to place that right back into the tub of water until we're ready to use it next. And they're just setting up with our next guest experience over here. They're just going to kind of go through what to do with our new guests. They've also set out colors in the metal bowls on the table. Right over here. So these little crumbs that you see spread out are just chunks of concentrated colored glass. So they're able to take the clear and roll it over the frit, and it picks it up on the surface and gets melted in. Part of the design of the decanter is to have these separate bits that get added out onto the outside of the form and then stretched down onto the bottom. Gabe is going to prepare some separate bits of glass that he'll run over for each one of those parts, and there's 4 of them. So he just gathered a little bit of clear glass on the end of a solid pipe from the glass furnace where the molten glass is kept at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside this furnace. There's a large ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside that furnace. Another thing that's going on here at the museum, we have a National Endowment for the Arts Big Read. So basically, it's like a book club that we have here at the Museum of Glass. It's pretty cool. The book is titled Bewilderment, and it's a novel by Richard Powers, which comes along with consecutive events throughout this month. So today, they will be doing a reading at the University Place Pierce County Library between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. this evening. The next one's on May 9th, and that will be at the Tacoma Public Library main branch. All right, they've got all 4 of those decorations on the vessel. The next thing is to create a larger piece of glass that Gabe is gathering up right over there, and that's going to be applied as a solid foot that's shaped into a short cylinder. You can see the fluidity of the glass when it's closer to that temperature of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it moves like honey. Now they're going to shape that. Sarah's going to use a talio, which is a graphite paddle, and then Gabe will have a wooden paddle. So she's going to go along the side underneath, and he's going to be pressing flat up against the bottom of the foot. They'll do that at the same time to make a nice, crisp, cylindrical shape. While she continues to refine the foot, Gabe is going to prepare a pipe for the next step in the process. They're going to need to transfer this onto a punty, which is a solid pipe that gets attached on center on the bottom of the foot, allowing them to break it off of the blowpipe, which gives them access to shaping the neck and the lip of the decanter. They'll do their best to align the puntee on center on the bottom of the foot, and once it's securely attached, they're going to add a little bit of water at the neckline. The neckline is the indentation just in front of where it's attached to the original blowpipe. The water will create stress cracks in the glass, making a weak point, so when they hit the pipe, the vibration's enough to break it off. Sarah's making some small adjustments to make sure that this is on center before moving forward. Then they'll begin to soak the heat into this upper area where the neck and the lip is going to be shaped. Sarah's just focusing a propane torch right on that upper area they want to soak the heat into. It did break off of the blowpipe a little bit uneven, but they're gonna need to trim it anyway in that area, so they'll go ahead and trim that next. Over here with our hands-on experience, they're beginning to sculpt another one of the bunnies. This is something that the Museum of Glass offers to the public. So if you want to try working with glass on your own, you can come here and be assisted in that right here on the hot shop floor. And there are plenty of openings tomorrow, and I believe there's a promotion going on that I just heard about. So if you buy a slice of cake, you get $5 off your last blowing experience. Sounds good? Eat the cake, blow some glass. Great idea. They're just about finished with this decanter here at the center bench. So Nick has apparatus that they're going to use to carry it over to the annealing oven. The annealing oven is about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. There to slowly cool the glass overnight to relieve any stress in the glass so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And just finishing off the bottom with the hot torch real quick before it's off to the annealer. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. So they're going to start the process once again. This project is a limited edition series designed by our Hot Shop team members that are a resident Hot Shop team. And they designed a decanter and a goblet each year to be available at our annual auction. This year it's going to be September 19th. And this is the goblet and decanter design right over here on the pedestal. Hello, those of you who just arrived. Welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. My name's Heather. I'm your MC today, so if you have questions, you can talk to me about them, okay? We just started another piece, and you can see right here, Nick has a hollow steel blowpipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. And pretty soon here, he's gonna blow through the mouthpiece on the end of the pipe, trap air inside by plugging up the end, and that's going to allow the air to expand from the heat of the glass and force a bubble into the glass. So we'll have a hollow bubble on the end of this blowpipe here shortly. There he goes. On this side, Gabe is heating up concentrated colored glass in a solid form that was preheated and picked up onto a pipe so that we can further heat that up until it's soft and molten, and then it's going to get dropped on top of the clear bubble that Nick had. So it'll create a layer of color on the bubble, and this is the color we're working with today. This is what we're making. We're going to make a bunch of these all day long. They need to build up the numbers for the amount that they need in this limited edition series that's going to be available at our Red Hot auction September 19th. We have a wonderful group joining us in the Hot Shop team today of the Girl Scouts here. And I wanted to make sure that you guys know about one of the coolest programs I've ever come across at a museum, which is our Kids Design Glass program. Do you guys know about that? A little bit? Are you guys do you like to draw? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so while they're getting this set up, we're going to go ahead and play the Kids Design Glass video again for you guys so that you're fully aware of the program, and hopefully you can come up with an idea and leave us a drawing today. Can we play the Kids Design Glass video on the big screen, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
hopefully that was inspiring for you guys, and maybe you'll come up with some really awesome ideas from your imagination and leave us a drawing today. So this is our resident hot shop team. That means that they work here full time. So we have Sarah Gilbert, who has the pipe right now. And this is Gabe Feenan, who's using the torch. And then we have Nick Davis over here on the side with the mold. And you're gonna get to see what the mold is here in just a few moments. Because we wanna make things that are the same size and shape, the best way to do that, or one of the good ways to do that, is to use a mold. So we have a pool of water because the mold is made out of wood. So we need to preserve it by soaking it in water in between uses. Just now, Sarah put an indentation in the glass in front of where it's attached to the pipe. That's the neckline. So we kind of reference the form of the vase like it's almost like a human body. So the top of it, we call this part right here the lip, right? Which right now is attached to the pipe. So we'll be working on that part later. This is the neck, this is the shoulder, the body, and then at the bottom is the foot. So when I say those things, I'm not talking about my foot, I'm talking about the foot on the glass, okay? Sarah just placed that into the mold, and Nick's holding it closed around it. Now, the glass is like 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's gonna turn the water that's soaked into the wood into steam. So you'll start seeing steam coming out of here shortly. But she's blowing into that to expand the bubble to take on the shape of the inside of the mold. And there we go. So now you can see it looks like it's tinted. That's because when we first started, we added a layer of color to the glass. And I pointed out earlier that it's this color. Well, you may be thinking to yourself, well, that looks kind of green and kind of orange, right? And that's because heat gives off incandescent light when it's at these high temperatures. So it's being affected by the heat color. Next, they're gonna add some decorations. So you notice there's these dots with a line that goes down, and they're gonna be applying those individually, and it gets 4 of them. So Gabe just gathered clear glass from the furnace. They're gonna touch that down and stretch it onto the bottom of the decanter. Yeah. This is our glass furnace. Inside here, it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass in a crucible. And it's kept there at about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when the glass is that hot, it moves like honey. So you ever try to go into a honey jar and it's real sticky and drippy? So if we stop turning the pipe, the glass, when it's fresh and molten 2,000 degrees, it would just drip onto the ground. So we have to keep turning it to keep it on the end of the pipe and to keep it centered and symmetrical. Over here, the Hilltop artists are gonna start up a next session with a hands-on experience. They're making bunnies today. Who doesn't love a cute bunny? This is what they're gonna be making. So each of our guests who signed up for a hands-on experience, they get to choose their colors and be assisted by local artists from the Hilltop Artist team to create that sculpted. This is a solid sculpted object, so there's no hollow bubble inside this. And again, Gabe's bringing over another bit of clear glass to add on to the decoration. 4 of them total. Next, they're gonna have to add the foot. You guys remember the foot? It's not my foot, it's this foot right here. So it's just a short cylinder, kind of like a cookie shape that they're gonna be adding. Gabe's gonna get a larger diameter pipe so he can pick up a little bit more glass. Sarah's using an oxypropane torch. That torch is the hottest thing in the shop at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It allows her to concentrate the heat in specific areas where those lines were stretched. We need to make sure that that whole line was completely fused. So you can see this is clear glass on the end of the pipe that Gabe has, but it looks orange. Remember I said heat gives off light at these extreme temperatures. So they're just gonna drop that right on. Sarah has a pair of scissors, but they're special scissors called diamond shears. They'll cut all the way around the glass to release it from that original pipe. So now they have to turn that molten blob into a nice cylindrical foot, like you can see on the examples on the pedestal. Sarah's using a taglio, which is an Italian term for a paddle, specific type of paddle made out of graphite in this case. Sometimes they're steel, but she's pushing on the sides of the foot. At the same time, Gabe was pressing with a wooden paddle on the bottom of the foot. And they're doing that at the same time so they can get a nice, crisp, cylindrical foot on the bottom of the decanter. All right, so now we're at the point where they'd have to transfer this onto another pipe. Sarah's gonna put some water at the neckline. That makes fractures in the glass. Then she'll hit the pipe to break it off. We needed to transfer that so that we have access to shaping the top of the decanter. So they're gonna be working on the neck and the lip next. You'll see Sarah use this torch. See that open flame right behind her? That's a propane torch. It's not as hot as the other one. It's about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And she'll be focusing the heat more in that area. So the reheating chamber gives it an overall reheat. But if you want one area to be hotter, meaning that'll make it softer so that you can shape it, she'll focus the torch on that area and just bring that up. You'll start to see it glowing orange, so pay attention when you see the orange glow. That's where the glass is softest, and it's also your cue to know where they're gonna be shaping next. Yes? The what? Oh, so we have a bucket of water over there on the side. So when we're done and there's still leftover glass on the pipe, you place it into the bucket of water, and then all that clear glass releases. We're able to wash it later and just make sure there's no stuff in there that shouldn't be, and then that can be recharged back into the furnace. So we can recycle our own clear glass, but we're not able to put the color in, because we all know what the watercolor palette looks like when you try to mix all the colors. It's not great. Maybe it is for some people, but it's not always what we're intending. So we need to have that clear glass in the furnace, and we have 2 glass furnaces that each hold about 1,000 pounds of clear glass, and then all of the color is always applied to the clear outside of the furnace. Yeah. The question was about the communication of the hot shop team. Excellent question. Obviously, you need a team of people, at least one other person. In our case, we have our hot shop team. All three of these people here are full-time artists at the Museum of Glass. This is their day job, full-time, 5 days a week. And our hot shop team has an amazing amount of years of experience. And what ends up happening is you'll talk about things like in terms of roles, right? So like the lead gaffer would be the person at the bench that's shaping. And then there's different things that each person can do. Like you'll have someone that'll be the blower. They'll sit right here, blow through the pipe when we're at that stage. There's also like the person who does the starter part. So you'll have like Nick who did the starter bubble, then they added the color. So there's roles, and it is like a physical language. So similarly, as you would practice dance for a routine, there are routine roles in glass blowing. So then ahead of time, especially if we're doing something that requires more people, or people you may have not worked with in the past, you will always communicate with a little team meeting right before you go out onto the floor. Yes. Yeah, the beginning of the day, before we start blowing glass, everybody communicates about the role. And this particular project was designed by our team as a whole, and they will all work to execute the forms. And they also have made a mold to make it consistent for that series. Exactly. The question was about communication and safety. So I guess maybe some people have more experience in a kitchen. So if you're in a kitchen, like an industrial kitchen or something, if you're behind someone, you always say behind. We do the same thing in the hot shop. If you're walking with something hot, or like if you're a kitchen and you're walking with a sharp knife, you always point your sharp knife down and away from anybody. Or you walk and you say the word sharp, right? So we'll say behind you or coming through if we have glass on the end of the pipe. So we're always listening to each other, and it's pretty predictable in terms of the roles. We're repeating the same object over and over today. And this is not their first time making this one either. So all right, they're just finishing off the bottom of that before it goes into the annealing oven. And that's going to hold it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then slowly cool down overnight to relieve any stress in the glass so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. Let's give the team a round of applause, everyone. Great job. So now they'll just move right into starting the next piece. And because we're doing this limited edition series, how many are you making? 35. They're going to make 35 of them total to be available at our Red Hot annual auction that's happening September 19th. So save the date. Yes. Oh, on this side. So for those of you who arrived a little later on, welcome. We have our resident hot shop team that's working on the decanters, and then on this side, we have local artists from the Hilltop Artist Program that are hosting a hands-on experience from guests from the public. So the museum does offer many different kinds of hands-on experiences, one being glass sculpting today, and they are making, we should give them a name, you guys. Can we come up with a name? Let's be creative. This is what they're making today. It's a cute little bunny, and each of the experience guests gets to pick out their own colors, and then our team from the Hilltop Artists will walk them through how to sculpt one of these. And then it's just really cute. Okay, you guys gotta think about a name. Blue? Not like Bluey though, right? Just blue? He's cute. What? Happy. Oh, I like that name too.
What items does the glass stick to? Because like when they were doing the wood and the graphite.
Oh, the question was what materials does the hot glass stick to? So hot glass will stick to hot glass. And then the steel pipes are just heated on the very tip of the pipe. So we have a pipe warmer. Let's see, you could probably see this one better than the one on that side. So inside here, all the way in the back, there is a flame that's heating up just the very tip of the pipe. And because of the material that the pipe is made out of, it's not super conductive, so it's not really traveling down the pipe like some metals conduct more than other metals. So they heat up just the tip, so the hot glass will stick to the hot metal. And then graphite is a great release agent, so it just doesn't stick. It's just carbon, you know. Yeah, anything that's cold. So the Marver table right over here is steel also, but it's obviously just at room temperature. So it's not going to stick to that either. And what we're starting up is the next decanter. We're going to do a color overlay to add the blue to the clear glass. So Nick, who's seated at the bench, started a clear bubble on the end of a blowpipe. And Gabe is heating up a solid chunk of concentrated colored glass. And we get the colored glass from a manufacturer, so it's already colored when we get it. And they use metal oxides to create different colors in glass. Does anybody have an idea of how we get blue in glass? Nobody? What do you think? It's a tricky question. So it's actually metal oxides that they add into a glass formula that cause different colors. So in this case, it's cobalt. So cobalt makes blue. And it's very concentrated, so you don't need very much of it. And that's good, because it's expensive. Very. All right. Let's see where we're at in the process over here. Okay, so they just sculpted the body and the head, and then they cut the ears apart and bent one over. Super cute. Next, they're going to draw on his little face. Happy Blue, I think is what we called him. So you'll notice he has like tiny little dots for eyes and then a pink nose. That's achieved by stretching colored glass into a really thin rod called a stringer. It's really, really fine. So what they are able to do is use a torch, and you can see Lily doing that right now. You heat up the end of the stringer until it starts to glow orange. That's indicating that it's getting close to that molten state. So you can see her doing that right now. And they're literally able to take the stringer, and once it's molten, they're able to draw directly on to the face of the rabbit. So what you'll notice on the end of the pipe now, we do have a hollow bubble inside. There's a halo of color, so it'll look like an inner darker orange with the clear on the outside of it. But once it gets blown, that layer is going to make it appear to be a solid color blue, just like the one on the pedestal, when in reality, it's just a veil of color within the wall of the glass. Sarah's using a wooden block to center the glass on the end of the pipe. That's that ladle-shaped tool. Those are soaked in water buckets behind the bench in between uses. And periodically, you'll see Gabe blow through the end of the pipe. That expands the bubble on the inside of that glass. Now she's using a pad of newspaper. The newspaper is soaked in water, and it just allows her to use the pressure of her hand movements to shape the glass. And right over here, Nick has just brought out the mold that we're going to be blowing into to get this nice spherical form. The mold is also made out of wood and soaked in that tub of water between uses to keep it from deteriorating too quickly. Sarah's putting in an indentation in front of where the glass is attached to the blowpipe. That's the neckline. The neckline is where eventually it's going to get broken off of that original blowpipe. Can we show the diagram of the inside of the glass furnace? So this is a cutaway image to give you a better understanding of what's happening inside that furnace. So there's a large ceramic crucible, which is that green bowl shaped thing that lines the bottom. And that crucible can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And they keep those furnaces running 24/7, and it's fueled by natural gas and forced air. There are times where the furnaces have to be shut down, and that's usually due to some major maintenance that needs to happen, or if there's some sort of malfunction. And so that would definitely put a damper on what we do here. So we have 2 of those glass furnaces. So like say if one is needing to be worked on, or if we're just refilling it with more glass, then we can pull fresh glass out of the other one and we'll alternate. So there's a couple different forms of the way we get glass, and currently we're using a form called batch, which is like solidified. It looks like little pebbles. So basically the ingredients of the powders of the glass all put together and then solidified into this kind of like small pebble size batch. Other forms is like already melted that it looks like ice cubes, called cullet. So there's that form that you can melt down as well. Just a quick announcement looking forward to next week. We have Raven Sky River in the hot shop. If you're not able to come back, but it's an artist that you're really interested in, just hop online. You can watch us streaming live through our website. There's a link there that you can watch and just check out what's happening in the shop. So they're now adding the decorative elements on the outside of the decanter. Gabe is bringing over single small bits of clear glass to add to the outside, and then they get stretched down onto the bottom.
Thanks, you guys. Yeah, enjoy your day.
Gabe has some clear glass on the end of a solid pipe. They're going to add that to the bottom and shape it into the foot next. All right, so they've shaped the foot on the bottom of the decanter. The next step is to transfer it onto a punty that Gabe is preparing right over here. Right over here, they're going to put the face of the bunny on. They have some thin, stretched out colored glass into what's called a stringer. It allows them to just torch the end of that thin rod and then draw directly onto the bunny's face. So this is what they're making. Yeah. The punty is a solid pipe that gets aligned on center on the bottom, so they can break it off of the original blowpipe and then have access to working on the neck and the lip. Yeah. Yes. So now that that's been transferred, they now have access to the top of the decanter. Sarah's going to do some movements here just to make sure it's on center. Then they'll start to focus the heat on that upper part of the piece, and you'll start to see the glass glowing orange, and that's a great indicator for you as visitors watching. Wherever the glass is glowing, just follow the heat, because that's where they're going to be shaping next. It looks like they're just about finished with the bunny over on this side of the shop. They're going to place that into an annealing oven. The annealing oven will hold it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. At the end of the workday, they'll start a slow cooling cycle that's going to bring it down safely to room temperature so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. All right, so they just broke it off of the pipe. They're going to place it onto a molten pad or a cookie foot, and that's going to allow the bunny to stand up. All right, well done. Let's give them a round of applause. Just a quick announcement of an event happening today. There is a scheduled series here from the National Endowment for the Arts, Big Read, which broadens our understanding of ourselves, our neighbors, through the power of shared reading experience. And consecutive dates coming up. So today, the reading is at University Place Pierce County Library. Then on May 9th, Tacoma Public Library, main branch, and then May 23rd here at the Museum of Glass. And so today's event will be at 4 to 6 p.m. The title of the book is Bewilderment, which is a novel by Richard Powers. They're starting up the next guest experience over on that side. And each of the guests gets to pick out the colors that they want to use. All of the color that's applied to the clear glass happens outside of the furnace in various forms. In this case, they're using the granular form of frit. Right over here on this small table, there's a couple of metal bowls, and inside the metal bowls is holding the granular concentrated colored glass. So you'll see them roll it into the bowl, and it sticks to the surface, and then it gets melted in. This is going to yield a mottled effect. So it's not going to look like a solid color like this blue one on the pedestal. It'll have a more mottled look to it. So that was a piece from an earlier residency. Depending on what they're making and the thickness of it determines on how long it has to stay in those annealers to safely come down to room temperature. So somebody's just picking up their work from a week ago or so. Yeah. So they're just taking a little quick break in between, and then they'll get right back to it. But they're continuing to do the experience over on that side too. Also coming up this month, we have our concert in the Cone. This is a free event on May 21st at 6 p.m. So you can join us for Concert in the Cone featuring percussionist James Boyle. His show, titled Confluence Within the Space of Making, features works on the vibraphone and analog synth, performed in the hot shop with the live glass blowing happening. So that'll be exciting. Multi-dimensional experience. The seats are first come, first serve in the hot shop, so please plan on arriving timely. We also have our visiting artist series here we have our summer visiting artist series, but throughout the year we have visiting artists as well. So our next visiting artist, which is going to be beginning on the 7th, so this week, we have Raven Sky River in the hot shop. Raven started blowing glass at 16, and he's been a Northwest glass artist for many years. He lives up near Pilchuck, up in Stanwood. Pilchuck is an amazing center for glass where artists can go to learn from each other and assist each other and share inspiration. They're starting up the next piece with a color overlay. So Nick has a clear starter bubble on a blowpipe. Gabe has a chunk of solid colored glass that he's been working to heat up to a molten state and shape it so it's symmetrical. We get the colored glass in different forms, but what they're using is just a solid form. So this is concentrated colored glass that we get from a manufacturer. Preheat it to about 1,000 degrees, pick it up on the pipe and get it nice and molten, so closer to 2,000 degrees. And then they'll just drop that right on top of the bubble and smooth it in an even layer. So it's gonna give the appearance of a solid color of glass when in fact it's a veil of color sandwiched between clear. So once they layer that, smooth out the colored layer, then they'll gather a little bit more clear glass to get the mass needed for the size of the piece they're gonna make. So what appears to be glowing bright yellow, orange color is actually a transparent blue. So it is actually the color of the decanter that's on the pedestal. All right, so now they've gathered the amount of glass needed for the size of the piece they're gonna make. Sarah's using a wooden block to center the glass that they just picked up. That's the ladle-shaped wooden tool that's soaked in the bucket of water behind the bench. And Nick is gonna prep the mold. So that's how we're able to get this consistent size and shape, is by blowing the bubble into a mold. Between each use, they'll soak it in water to just keep it from deteriorating. Sarah's having Gabe blow through the pipe, and that's going to expand the bubble as she shapes it with a newspaper pad on the other side. That newspaper pad is folded up to fit the size of her hand and soaked in water. Allows her to use a hand pressure to shape the bubble. Sarah's using the jacks to place an indentation in front of where it's attached to the pipe. That is the neckline, and that's where it gets broken off of that original blowpipe later in the process. Sarah just got that nice and hot. You can see it's glowing bright orange. Place it into the mold and then blow into the bubble to inflate it, forcing it into the shape of the interior of the mold. You'll see quite a bit of steam coming out. That's just the leftover water from soaking it in the tub in between each use. Sarah was just using a propane torch, and that's around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit if you want to focus heat in one area. So notice the way this is set up, the very outer tip of it goes in the furnace, the furthest in that reheating chamber. So it's just naturally staying in longer because it also just comes out last. So it has more time directly in the heat. So if you want to heat up an area like on the back side of the piece, you would just use what we call the fluffy torch because it has a nice fluffy flame to it. Gabe is going to start setting up decorative bits that are going to be applied to the surface and then stretched down onto the bottom. There's 4 of those, so he'll bring them over individually. So they're now transferring this onto a punty, which is a solid pipe that gets attached on center on the bottom of the foot. So they can break it off of the original blowpipe and then begin shaping the neck and the lip. All right, finishing up this piece, they're gonna heat up the very top of it and fold out the lip right here. For those of you who just arrived, welcome. Our Hot Shop team is working on a limited edition series of decanters, and these will have a stopper on the top with a sculpted serpent to match the goblet. These are going to be available and released at our annual auction, our Red Hot auction taking place September 19th, so save the date. They're just about done with this, but the glass has to go into a separate oven that's heated to about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. The annealer will hold it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the day as they continue to make things and add them into the oven. That's a stable temperature where it's not too hot that it's going to slump or move inside the oven. Then at the end of the workday, it'll slowly cool the glass to relieve any stress so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. A little bit of water is added where it's connected to that pipe. They're going to finish off the bottom with the hot torch. That's oxypropane and gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's off to the oven. Let's give the team a round of applause, everyone. And we're going to move right into the next one. So the starter bench is on that side of the shop. So that's where they do the initial color application. We're going to see them do that here shortly. It consists of starting up a clear bubble on the end of a blowpipe, heating up molten color, a chunk of solid colored glass. Here's an example of one. That comes from a manufacturer, so we get it and then break it up into chunks depending on how much we need for the piece. That gets heated up to around 2,000 degrees, so it's soft and molted, and then applied in a layer over the clear starter bubble. Then they'll gather more clear glass to build up the mass needed for the size of the piece they're going to make. So it will give the appearance of a solid color of glass, when in fact it's a veil of color sandwiched between clear glass. So over here on this side of the shop, we have a small oven that heats up the color bar to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is this tiny little thing right here. So they preheat the color there, and then they're able to pick it up on the end of the pipe and continue working with it. So now they're adding the color. You can see that Nick has that starter bubble ready, and you'll see Gabe bring over what looks like it's glowing orange, but it's actually blue glass. quarters around like this and then a lip here. So I can clamp this to the table and then you can push against this part and like put it into the corner right here and like carve like that. And then I put, like conduit into the foam, like it's like a pool noodle. And I put that on one side as like the guard, so he can rest his arm on there. Yeah, we like designed it in the morning. I did it during my planning period, and I had it finished before this class. And he used it, Sarah. This is like one of the most emotional moments I've had like in a long time. When he saw the contraption, his face just like lit up with this big little smile. Like just, you could tell. He didn't have to say anything, but he felt love in that moment. And like, he would not be able to do that without this contraption. And then so I was talking to him later, like, what, you think you would use it for something in the future? Absolutely for you. You know, it's like, I think so. But you never know. Right. You know, you might not ever want to spend it in your life. But it's his scar on his head is like, it's like from here to here. I don't know. He cracked his brain. Like he's the first kid that, like, if I say I need help with something, he's like the first to stand up. Like he might not be able to do everything everyone else can, but he's the first to do the things that he knows he can do. You know what I mean? And I see him on his route because I've been walking to him for work. And they do their trap after and they do this route. That's like, they're going opposite on the street that I'm going on. And so I always like, as I'm walking, I'm like, they're running in a line and I'm like giving them all high fives as they're running down the street. It's like, it's just practice, but I like to be encouraging. Yeah, you know? And just like get to know them a little bit more. Like that's what the kids are where it's at. They're so cool. Like most of them. It's like a major headache, but I've got this one senior that's gonna fail my class and not graduate. He only has 3 weeks left. I met with his parents last week. I've been on him every day. I don't know. He just does not take any of it seriously at all. And I feel like if I come over to him and be like, hey, dude, stay. Yes. His dad's like in girls on the second section with the second lady. Like, we came in and was like talking about it. The mom has pretty heavy accident. So he was not a good lady. But she's the one that's doing all the meeting. But they both came in crazy. Good. But it's kind of like, I mean, I'm 63. This is not crazy. And it was the auction, and they did and won for first row tickets at the graduation. Sarah, it was like 10 grand. And this kid's not going to because they made that money. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether mom was like mortified and feeling disgraced and embarrassed that she spent all that money on tickets. But I'm not the only class. There's 3 other classes that just failing. So I'm not special. But at first I was just kind of like, this kid is like, not, he just thinks everything's a joke. Like he does not take art seriously whatsoever. And it comes from the parents. You know, when they just think art's just like, oh, I go over there and play in the mud. You know. Yeah, but I do that all the time. They just give it, they don't give it the credit and the value that it deserves because we're the ones that are teaching their kids how to use their hands. They just poke buttons, dude. Like they don't know how to friggin' hold a hammer. They don't know how to turn a wrench. Oh, let alone give them a power tool. So sculpture class has been interesting. We did a lot of hot glue at first until I could figure out like who's got good hands and like I have not let any of them use like the table saw. Oh my god, it terrifies me to think of like they used to have shot plastic noodles. I know, but I'm just like now that I've actually used unless I unlock the tag out box. And that was like my first move. I was like, I need this. This is insane. So there's a theory that these like generations, these younger generations, I think it was like 2016 when they stopped teaching cursive writing somewhere, or maybe in the earlier teens, I don't know. But they were like, okay, so obviously our education system has major, major problems. And during like the Reagan administration, he wanted to dumb down the public. Sarah's now blowing into the mold. We have this mold here so they can get a consistent shape and form, and they're going for the decanter, the blue one that's on the pedestal right there. That's what they're making. These are limited edition series that is going to be produced and available at our Red Hot auction, taking place September 19th. So they just finished adding on these decorative bits that were applied to the side. And now Gabe has just gathered up some more clear glass that's going to be formed into the foot, which is a solid piece. Sarah's using a talio, which is a paddle that she'll place on the side of it. And then Gabe will have a wooden paddle on the bottom. And they're doing this at the same time to get a nice crisp edge on the bottom of the foot. They're now transferring this onto the punty. Releasing that from the original blowpipe allows access to shaping the neck and the lip of the decanter. Welcome those of you who just arrived. Our Hot Shop team is working on making a limited edition series of decanters, just like this blue one right here. There's going to be a series of these along with a goblet, and the stopper for the top of the decanter is going to get a sculpted serpent to match the stem of the goblet. All right, they're just finishing up with this piece now. It has to get transferred into an annealing oven. The annealer is this oven right over here that's going to hold the glass at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. They'll finish off the bottom by fire polishing that with an oxypropane torch. And then that oven's going to slowly cool the glass down overnight to prevent it from cracking from thermal shock. All right, well done, team. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, it's now time for us to take a break. There'll be some slides running up here for a moment. It shows like events and different programs the museum has, and then we'll resume in about an hour from now. I know you just got here. You're good. It's okay. So yeah, we'll come back at about 2 o'clock. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. My name is Heather. I'll be your MC this afternoon. Our resident Hot Shop team are going to be continue working on some decanters that they're doing a limited series of. These decanters are designed and produced here in the Hot Shop by our team. This is the decanter here, and this is the corresponding goblet. The decanter is also going to get a serpent that goes on top of the stopper to complete the set. They do this limited edition series every year, and then they're sold at the Red Hot auction that's happening September 19th. Before that, we have our Summer Visiting Artist series, so it gets real busy in here in the summertime. So they'll work on producing the limited edition throughout the year, scheduling that out plenty ahead of time. So we have our Hot Shop team members that are going to get that started right over here. Sarah Gilbert's going to be at the main bench right there. And then we have Nick at the bench on this side, who's created a clear starter bubble on a blowpipe. And Gabe is heating up a chunk of colored glass that they're gonna apply to the clear glass in a layer. This technique is a color overlay. It's gonna give the appearance of an even solid color all throughout the piece, when in fact it's a veil of color sandwiched between clear glass. We get the colored glass at a manufacturer where they produce the colors by adding metal oxides of different combinations into a glass formula, and then we purchase it in various different concentrated forms. In this case, it's a solid form of color bar. I do have a little chunk of a color bar I can show you, like this. So it's a little bit confusing that this is orange, because as you're watching, you'll see that as the glass is closer to the peak temperature of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it gives off incandescent light, giving the appearance of an orange or yellow glow. And then over on the other side of the shop, we have our hands-on experiences going on with guests from the public. And the teachers are from a local community glassblowing program, Hilltop Artists. They're going to be sculpting solid sculpted objects today. And here is an example of what they're making. So you'll see them roll the clear glass into those metal bowls on the table right next to the reheating chamber. Inside that is a granular form of concentrated colored glass. So when they roll the molten glass into it, it sticks to the surface and then they melt it in. So it gives a more mottled effect. You can see it doesn't look like one straight solid color. It's more of a mottled look. And the other form of color that we'll add is a powdered form of color, but we're not going to use that today. All right, we are going to play a short video on the screen of charging the furnace to give you context on the material that we're using and how it's melted inside the glass furnace.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And then we'll pull up the diagram of the glass furnace as well. So this is a cutaway image of the glass furnace. We have 2 of them out on the floor. Each can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. There's a crucible inside the furnace. That is the green line that's around the molten glass. The crucible is basically like a large bowl that's made out of a refractory material that holds the molten glass. When it's at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass behaves like honey. So when you dip into it, you have to turn the end of the pipe. Oh, this is a great image. Oh, this is one of our former coworkers, Alex Tisser. But yes, it's just like that. You have to keep turning the pipe, because if you stop turning when it's that molten state, it'll literally just drip off onto the ground. So keep it moving at all times. So at this point, they're just building up the amount of glass needed for the size of the piece that they're going to make. So we've already added that layer of color, and now they're just picking up more clear glass from the furnace. Over on this side, they're working on the facial features of the bunny. They have skinny rods of colored glass that they've stretched out and can heat the tip of it with a torch so it's soft and molten, and they're able to draw directly onto the face of the bunny. Okay, we've moved over to the center bench. So this is sort of an organized, choreographed thing where this is the starter bench on that side. Once they've got all the glass and color applied, we move over to the center bench to actually blow the form. Sarah's using a wooden block, which is soaked in a bucket of water just behind the bench. That's used to center the glass on the end of the pipe, creating a symmetrical bubble. You can see that Gabe is blowing in through the end of the pipe. That's expanding the bubble on the other side, while Sarah shapes that with a pad of wet newspaper. This allows her to use the pressure of her hand movements to shape the glass. And they're just about finishing they are finished right over here. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause as they place that into the oven. Well done, well done. So this oven here is very important. It holds the glass at a stable temperature of 900 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass isn't going to slump or move inside the oven. Then at the end of the workday, once they're finished loading pieces into this oven, they'll start a program that slowly cools the glass overnight, in this case, to relieve any stress in the glass so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And the thicker the glass is, so if you're doing more sculptural pieces, the longer it takes to slowly cool down. Sarah has now placed a constriction right in front of where it's attached to the pipe. That is the neckline, and that's going to be where later on in the process, they'll be breaking it off of this pipe. Now they're going to go into a mold. This is a wooden mold that is soaked in water in that tub right there. And this is allowing us to get the same size and shape of object consistently. Here's some examples. These clear ones were practice ones before they determined which color they're going to use, and this is the color we're working with. So it still looks like it might be green and orange in places, but once it's cooled down to room temperature, it's going to be this beautiful transparent blue color. Next, you'll see Gabe picking up small bits of clear glass from the furnace. He'll bring those over to Sarah, and they're going to be applying some decorative bits to the sides. And it's going to get 4 of these. So they touch it down and then stretch it to the bottom. Over on this side, you see them rolling the clear glass into the bowls of granular color that are on the table. I'm going to borrow one of these. Here's an example of one of those bowls of frit. So this is just a granular form of colored glass. They're using blue and I think ivory over there. Was that fun? Yeah. Yeah? Have you done it before? No. So they completed adding 4 of those bits and now just dropped on a larger molten chunk of glass. That's going to get shaped into the foot. Sarah has a talio, which is a paddle that's made out of graphite. She's going to be shaping the sides while Gabe uses a wooden paddle on the bottom at the same time. And that's going to give a nice sharp edge to the foot. So we're just making this solid bit that's right at the bottom. Just a couple of quick announcements. We've got some slides we can put up on the screen, but we do have our Concert in the Cone, which is a free event coming up. So if you're in town, May 21st at 6 p.m., you can join us for Concert in the Cone featuring percussionist James Boyle. And that will be taking place here in the hot shop while they're simultaneously blowing glass. So it's going to be a multi-dimensional experience of art and music. And also something happening today, in fact, there is a Museum of Glass Big Read program. The title of the book is Bewilderment, a novel by Richard Powers, and there's going to be a reading taking place today, 4 to 6 p.m., and the next one is May 9th and May 23rd. All three are at different locations, but today's in University Place, Pierce County Library. Also, Mother's Day sales happening in the store, starting today all the way through the 10th. So get your Mother's Day gifts before you leave today. If you're interested in signing up for an experience like what you see happening over here, we do have open slots tomorrow. If you'd like to sign up for that, there's also a promotional thing happening. There's going to be opening in the cafe where if you buy a slice of cake, you get a discount on your experience. So, cake and glass blowing. We're now transferring this piece onto another pipe that Gabe prepared. They aligned it on center on the bottom, and they just put a little bit of water in the neckline to cause small fractures to happen. So when she tapped the pipe, it just broke right off. Transferring this is important because it gives us access to working on the neck and the lip of the decanter. So if you noticed over here, they sectioned this off into kind of 3 parts. The very top, they're now going to cut down the middle to separate the ears. Also, just wanted to let you know what's happening next week in the Hot Shop. We have visiting artist Raven Sky River, whose residency begins on the 7th. So be looking forward to that. Now, if you see an artist in the lineup and you're like, oh man, I wish I was here for that. I would really love to see this artist. I'm into their work. You can always just watch online. There's a link on our website where you can watch live in the Hot Shop and just stay in touch with what we got going on here. So Sarah was just using tweezers to stretch out the neck a little bit to make an even wall thickness, and now is trimming some of the excess glass off. She has a couple of sets of calipers for the length of the neck and the diameter of the neck, so she can reference those and make them consistent between each of the pieces. So the purpose of that smaller torch is just to heat up one specific area while the rest of it's still holding its shape. So we don't want to overheat the body of this, right? Because we've got the shape from the mold. So just by using the torch, she's able to heat up and soften just the area they're going to shape next. And so as an audience member, while you're watching, just pay attention where the glass is kind of glowing orange. If you're able to visually follow that heat color, you'll kind of know where they're going to be shaping next. They're just about finished with this piece here. So Nick has these large extended tongs that he'll use to carry it from the bench once they break it off of the pipe and get it into the annealing oven. Again, a little bit of water is applied where it's attached to that pipe, making stress cracks in the glass, little tap, and then they'll fire polish the bottom of that to smooth it off. All right, great job by our Hot Shop team. Let's give them a round of applause. Again, the annealing oven is there to hold the glass at a safe temperature throughout the day as we continue making more objects and putting them in that oven. At the end of the workday, we'll start a slow cooling cycle that'll safely bring the glass down to room temperature, avoiding thermal shock. And they're going to just start up the next one. We'll begin with the color overlay process that we started with originally once we came back from break. Looks like we're just about finished over here as well. So the bunny is going to get a stand to prop it up. So right now, Skya is just coloring that with, I believe, some green. So it has like a nice little grassy hill to stand on. Here, I'll put it here so we can see it in the light. This one got a little over-torched, so it has some carbon on the surface, which could be polished off later. It's so cute. And it's off to the annealing oven. Let's give our guests a round of applause. So I just wanted to give you guys a little bit more information about the Hilltop Artist Program. That's where our people are here to help teach the experience or from that program. And it's a community program here in Tacoma, in our Tacoma Public School, one of our schools, that actually allows students to begin blowing glass at age 12. They do not have to attend that school to be in the program. They can also do that as an after-school program. But it's an incredible program that has produced many career-working glass artists right here out of Tacoma. We do have a video that we can play that can give you a little bit more context and information about that program while they're starting up the next piece. We'll go ahead and play the Hilltop Artists video.
Hi, I'm Zane Scott. I am a programs manager at Hilltop Artists, and I am born and raised in Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Katie. I'm from Tacoma, and I've been in the Hilltop Artists program for 2 years now.
We're here at the Museum of Glass for our annual Hilltop Artist Residency. We're making centerpieces for our Better Futures Luncheon, which is our big fundraiser for the year. This year is a little special. It's Hilltop's 30th anniversary, so we're making mica bottles to commemorate the original Hilltop crew making bottles, and hopefully the mica sparkles will make them a little bit special.
I really like the design this year. The bottles are super like elegant, and there's a lot of variation in the shapes. It's really fun. It's like a great way to meet a lot of people. We all have a great time when we're working. So the program has helped a lot of kids over the years kind of find an outlet for themselves. It's great to, even if you're not like wanting to be a glassblower in life, it's great because it teaches you all like life skills that you're gonna need.
It's really rewarding. I see myself in all the students, so going back and trying to give them all the pointers that I felt like really helped me grow up and become more mature and responsible and confident.
Being with so many like instructors and so many kids that are like, they're in the same place as you, they're just trying to learn new things. It's a super nice way to grow.
Katie has been a great student, spent the last year on the flame working side of production, and has now switched over to the glass blowing side for this year, and is already exceeding, is one of like a great student, super kind, super helpful.
Yeah, it's super comforting to know that if this is the path I want to take in life, that there's a good transition between that.
Yeah, working with the museum has been, I would say, almost life-changing. It's working with them is seeing the best of the best and seeing how it's done, and seeing it like local too is really cool as for a local kid to see that like you have some of the best in your neighborhood, your backyard to go check out and learn from, and they're all so cool and kind, and I've learned so much as a glassblower and a person, and I also think the team learns from the students and they keep them young, and it's just a fun learning experience for everyone. You can do a lot. Like there's a lot that you can do here, and just believe in yourself and you'll be all right.
You can catch the Hilltop artists here in the shop doing these hands-on experiences with guests from the public. And also, every third Thursday of the month, the museum is open to the public for free from 5 to 8 p.m. And you can catch the Hilltop artists here on the hot shop floor on third Thursday of the month. All right, so now they have gathered up the amount of glass, also adding that layer of color, the amount of glass that's needed for the size of the piece. Again, for those of you who may have arrived a little later on, our resident hot shop team is working on a series of decanters that are going to be sold at our annual Red Hot auction, taking place September 19th, so save the date. At this point, they want to create a symmetrical, even-walled bubble because they're going to be placing it into a blow mold, which is down on the floor right over here, just in front of where Nick is seated. That is made out of wood and soaked in a tub of water in between uses to preserve it. As Sarah blows into the glass bubble, it's expanding to take on the shape of the interior of the mold. Next, Gabe is going to bring over a series of bits gathered from the furnace where it's at its peak temperature, about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. They're adding those bits on. They're decorative. So they touch down here, and then they'll stretch it underneath the decanter. The total number of decanters, they're shooting for 35 of them for the Red Hot auction. I don't know. Well, I could ask. Do you guys know how much the decanters cost, or are they sold in sets, or what? I mean, but in the past they've been a few $100, right? Usually like $250, but depending on the complexity. The question was about how much do the decanters go for at the auction, and it really depends on the complexity. And we can pull up a slideshow of images of previous years of designs that our Hot Shop team has created. And we'll just do a little slideshow of the Red Hot goblet and decanter images. It might take them a second, but I think usually they're like a few $100. Yeah. They try to keep the designs pretty streamlined so it doesn't go jump too high because then it's harder to sell. You know? And the goblets are usually 200 to 300. I don't know. I just got here today. We were working on them earlier this week though. So I think we did this spree 5 or 6 so far. So hopefully get another 5 or so before the end of the workday. Yeah. All right, they're starting up the next hands-on experience over on this side of the shop, gathering some clear glass on the end of the pipe. This is a solid pipe. These little bunny forms that they're creating are solid sculpted, so they are not hollow. They're completely solid. Then you'll see them roll them into the metal bowl on the table, and that's the frit, which is the granular colored glass that they're using to color the exterior of the clear. All right, they've got all 4 of the decorative bits on the side. Now Sarah's just scoring a small mark to help her aim for center. Gabe is going to gather up some clear glass on a larger diameter punty to pick up a little bit more glass. That's going to get dropped onto the bottom of this and sculpted into the foot. Sarah's using a talio, which is a graphite paddle, to shape the glass, centering it on the bottom of the vessel, and now placing it on the bottom to flatten the side, and then Gabe has a wooden paddle against the very bottom of the foot. They're doing this at the same time to make a nice hard edge to the foot. Gabe has prepared a puntee with a little bit of clear glass on the end. They're going to align that best they can on the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they'll break it off of the original blowpipe, allowing them access to sculpt the neck and lip of the decanter. Sarah's going to shock that by dripping a little bit of water at the neckline, then tap the pipe to release it. So you can see it's glowing orange on the outer end. That is an indication of the glass being softer and more malleable in that area. And then again, using the torch to concentrate the heat even further. When they go into the reheating chamber, it sort of gives an overall heat. But if they want to just increase the temperature in one spot, they'll switch over to a torch. What place were you talking about? Where's that? There's like a Euro place in there and like a opposite side. There's a really weird like okay. You should look if you ever go to that Euro place in I've always wondered what they do in there. Did you hear they closed like They're just about finished with this piece. Sarah's gonna add a little bit of water, creating a weak point in the glass so when she hits the pipe, it breaks off. Gabe has got the oxypropane torch ready to go to fire polish the bottom, and that reaches up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's just gonna soften where it broken off the pipe, and let's go ahead and give the team a round of applause. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. The bench over on that side of the shop is Hilltop artists. So they're artists from a local Tacoma program that's in our Tacoma Public Schools, and it allows students to begin blowing glass at age 12. And they do not have to attend that school. They can do it as an after-school program. So these are students that, or people that came from that program that are now working in glass, teaching our hands-on experiences with the public. They also are here every third Thursday evening. We are free, open to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. And you'll catch the hot shop people in here, or the Hilltop artists in the hot shop on that date as well. So every month they're here. And they're sculpting these really adorable bunnies. They're solid sculpted. And each of our guests get to pick what colors they want to use. So cute. It reminds me of the marshmallow bunnies at Easter. So you can notice So we have two separate pipes going at the starter bench on that side of the shop. Nick is preparing a clear starter bubble on a blowpipe, and then he's at the furnace right now, the reheating chamber, and then Gabe is at the bench shaping the concentrated colored glass, which is made at a manufacturer, and then we purchase concentrated forms, either a powder, a granular, or a solid bar. And those are applied in various techniques outside of the glass furnace. So once he shapes the color that's been applied into an even layer, then they'll begin to gather more clear glass to build up the amount that they need for the size of the piece they're going to make. We did it one time a long time ago when one of our furnaces needed to be replaced. They basically everything in the furnace had to get used up or ladled out. So they just played with it because they had the opportunity before the new furnace went in. So they did have a batch of colored glass at one point years ago. But it's not something that we do as a practice because having visiting artists, everybody wants a different color. And our artists want the most freedom with color and transparency or opacity or any of that. So people purchase their color and bring it with them typically. Yeah. I mean, we do have like an inventory as well for Hi. So we're just, did you just get in here? Okay, so we're just starting a piece over here. We're going to be making the blue one. Oh, I don't know if you can see it from here, but it's on the far corner of that pedestal. There's like a blue ball. It's the same as the clear one, just and they just applied the color layer to it. And we're going to be making that same shape and form. We're doing a production of like 35 of these. Hi. For our Red Hot auction in September, so they'll be selling them there. And they just finished up another one of those bunny sculptures. Let's give our guest experience a round of applause. All right, so now they've transferred over to the center bench. This is the starter bench right over here where they add the color and gather the glass until they have the amount needed for what they're making. So now they bring it over here to the center bench to blow out the form. Sarah is at the bench shaping with a ladle-shaped wooden tool, and that is a block, and it helps center the glass. And it's soaked in that water bucket behind the bench. And then they're going to be placing this into a mold. Right over here, you can see it's open. So this gets soaked in the bath of water in between uses just to help preserve it. Sarah was just using a pad of newspaper that's folded up and soaked in water, and this just allows her to manipulate with her hand the shape of the glass. For those of you who just arrived, welcome. We are working with two separate teams going on the floor. Here at the center is our resident Hot Shop team members. So we have Sarah Gilbert at the bench. Blowing through the pipe is Gabe Feenan, and right over here tending to the mold is Nick Davis. On this side of the shop, we're doing our hands-on experience hosted by Hilltop artists with guests from the public. It just looks cool. Legitly. Like they went through an enormous amount of work to build the structure. I mean, mathematically, like architecturally speaking, they had to redo the panels, I think, 2 or 3 times. And I forget how many thousands there are because it wasn't fitting properly at first. They were off on the map. The inspiration. So the question was about the building we're in, and how does it function? The main function is it looks cool, but it also does reference some history of the area. So they used to have these very large cone-shaped metal wigwam burners that they would use to burn off waste wood, which are obsolete because we use that to make particle board now instead of burning it off. So it was like, I don't know if we have images of that, but we used to. I'm not sure now. You do? Do we have an image of the wigwam burners and information about the cone architecture? Okay, that's one, yeah. So, I mean, this is cooler because it's like set at an angle, so it gives it more of a dynamic look on the landscape of Tacoma. I don't know if we have other... But these would sort of be scattered throughout a landscape, and you would see multiple ones of these just like burning off wood. Yeah. At this point, Gabe is working on gathering up small bits of clear glass. So these are decorative bits that are added by touching down, and then they'll stretch it onto the bottom. There's 4 of those. Just another quick announcement about our Big Read series. This is funded by the National Endowment for the Arts, and it's basically a book club for the Museum of Glass. The book that they are going through is Bewilderment, which is a novel by Richard Powers. There's an event, a reading today at 4 to 6 p.m., and that is located at the University Place Pierce County Library. There is another reading on May 9th at Tacoma Public Library Main Branch, and on May 23rd here at the Museum of Glass. So if you're interested in catching that, all those dates are posted on our website as well. Bunny ear. They just added another larger bit onto the bottom. They're going to sculpt that into the foot, so it's a pretty solid, about a half of an inch thick is what they've been averaging. Next, Gabe is going to prepare another puntee. So it's just a solid pipe with clear glass on the end of it. They're going to align that on center on the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they'll break it off the original blowpipe, giving them access to shaping the neck and the lip at the top. Sarah is just using the fluffy torch to heat the area right at the neckline. That's just propane. And by increasing the temperature a little bit in that area, then applying some water, she's going to shock the glass, creating a weak point. So when she hits the pipe, it'll just release. Turn this massive thing, they'll have like a rubber section on the pipe that helps them grip it to turn it. And then sometimes I've seen some artists slip on leather baseball because they're so tight to your hand that you can still grip the pipe with it. But that's only when we're doing pretty extreme stuff. Like this is not, it's just not necessary for this part. I mean, this facility, we've done such large things that they had to hook up a steering wheel on the end of a pipe with like a situation that propped it up in the middle with wheels to move it from the bench into the reheating chamber. So there's actually metal tracks able to move all the way out and then turn. Yeah. So all those stuff outside, like in the pool and stuff. Are you also a glass blower? I am, but first and foremost is ceramic artist. Okay. 22 years. No, I haven't. But there's like yeah. It's just like cute, funny toys. They're almost finished with the solid sculpted bunny over on this side. So Sky is preparing a separate bit that's green. So and that's the part that the bunny will get attached to so he can stand up straight. That's cute. You guys did it a little. All right, now they'll place that into the annealing oven. Let's give our team and our guests a round of applause. So we're just going to go quickly over the temperature of things in the shop. The glass starts out in the glass furnace at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And if we could pull up the diagram of the glass furnace on the screen, you'll be able to see a cutaway diagram, but basically this is it right here. Inside is a large ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass when fully charged. And it's fueled by natural gas and forced air, and there's another one just like this right over on the other side of where they're working. So we have two furnaces. We can have 1 ton of glass molten on hand. The other furnace are reheating chambers, so those are the round chambers in front of each of the benches, and those are about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now the glass doesn't instantly become that when it goes in. So we just use it as a reheating chamber, keeping the glass probably around above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's when it drops below that temperature that it risks cracking from thermal shock. So at all times, the working temperature range is peak at 2,100 where it's moving like honey. And then as it cools, it stiffens a little more and more, and it's totally holding its shape at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our torches, like right now, Sarah's using a propane torch. That's right around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we have another torch that's oxypropane, and that can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then our annealing ovens, which are there to relieve stress in the glass over a period of time as it's cooling, so it doesn't experience thermal shock, and that's these ovens. Those are kept at a stable temperature for the glass, which is about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So stable meaning it's not going to slump or move in the oven once we place it in there. And then at the end of the workday, we'll set the program on the annealer to slowly come down in temperature, relieving that stress. All right, well done, team. Let's give them a round of applause. Do we have the pipe cooling video available that we can put up on the screen?
The pipe cooler is a steel metal trough, typically used when coming out of the furnace that runs at approximately 2100 degrees. It is important to cool the top of the pipe that's closest to the furnace to allow for more surface area when handling the pipe. Once placed on the trough and activated via foot, the water is then pushed up the stem and dispensed at the top. Cycling the water is key to cooling the pipe, creating steam. Once the warm water is overflowed into a secondary chamber, it can then flow down the stem to be expelled out of the bottom of the cooler into an exhaust grate.
they've now transferred over to the center bench over here. Over on the other side is the starter bench where they just do the initial layer of color and gathering of the glass to build up what they need for the size of the piece they're going to make. So they have already applied the color, gathered up all the clear that they need, and they're going to be making this decanter right here, also in this color. So it'll be a little confusing as they're creating it because the heat, it's so hot it gives off incandescent light affecting the way the color looks. But this is what it'll end up being. Sarah's placing an indentation in the glass just in front of where it's attached to the pipe using the jacks. And that is going to be eventually where they'll break this off later in the process. Sarah's placed the bubble into the mold and is blowing into that to inflate it to take on the shape of the inside of the mold. Next, Gabe is going to be bringing over a series of 4 decorative bits that get touched down on the side and then stretched onto the bottom. All right, so now we have all 4 of the decorative bits applied. Next, Gabe is going to gather onto a larger diameter punty to gather up more glass that they will drop onto the bottom of this vessel to shape this about a 1/2 inch thick cylindrical foot. So Gabe just picked up a fresh gather of clear. Again, that starts out in the furnace at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see it's very molten and fluid, much like the consistency of honey. And they're using paddles to shape the side and the bottom of the foot. The next step in the process is to transfer this onto another pipe, giving them access to shaping the opening of the neck and the lip. All right, Gabe has brought over the punty he prepared. They're going to align that on center on the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they are going to shock the glass at the neckline by adding a little bit of water right along that indentation, making stress cracks in the glass. Then she can tap the pipe and it will release. All right, we're going to play a few images and a slideshow up on the screen of some previous years of designs that our resident Hot Shop team have done for the annual Red Hot auction. That's what we're working on today. So I just wanted to show you some images of what they've done in the past. Typically, they'll do a run of a goblet and decanter. So if people want to get the matching set. And then this design, you can see that there is a beautiful serpent on the stem of the goblet. And then in the stopper for the top of this, they'll have another one. to match it. And again, these are all designed by our Hot Shop team and produced here in-house for the Red Hot auction, which is coming up September 19th. All right, they're just finishing up this piece, and Gabe is going to prepare the oxypropane torch to fire polish the bottom of it where it's broken off of the pipe. Just going to soften the edges in that area, and then it's off to the annealing oven. Let's go ahead and give our team a round of applause. All right, so for those of you who arrived a little later on, we're doing a limited edition series of these decanters. This specific design we're making in this color here, and it's a set that goes along with our goblet design. So if you see this golden serpent right here in the stem, they're going to be creating those on top of the stoppers as well. So it's going to coordinate with each other very beautifully. guys been in yet today? All right, came at a great time. They're just about to add the color to the clear glass. So at the bench seated is Nick, and he has a clear bubble on a blowpipe. Gabe in the black hat has color that he heated up approaching 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's nice and soft and malleable, and they just dropped that right over the top of the clear bubble. And they'll smooth that into an even layer and then begin to gather more clear glass until they have enough material for the size of the piece they're going to make. And this is what we're making right now. In this transparent blue, these are decanters that they're producing. It's a limited edition series. They do it each year to sell the night of our annual auction, which is coming up September 19th. All right, we're all finished up over on this side. This is the starter bench area where they've applied a layer of color, gathered up clear glass for the amount that they need to create one of these pieces right here. And this is a limited edition series that our Hot Shop team designs each year, a different design, and goes into production in-house. And then they will be available for sale the night of our Red Hot auction, September 19th. I also wanted to just remind our guests to stop by the museum store. Today through the 10th, we are having a Mother's Day sale. So there are discounts on items in our store. So be sure to stop by there and pick up something nice for Mom. As Sarah blows through the end of the pipe, it's expanding the glass bubble on the inside of the mold, and it's going to take on the shape of the mold. Now that mold is made out of wood, so between each use, they'll soak it in a tub of water. Next, Gabe is going to bring over a series of clear glass bits that they're going to place onto the sides. So these are decorative bits that they'll touch down and then stretch onto the bottom. Okay, so now that they've applied all 4 of those decorative bits, Gabe is going to prepare a larger amount of clear glass on a separate pipe, and that's going to be dropped onto the bottom to create about a 1/2 of an inch thick solid clear foot. So you can see that that's glowing that bright orange color. The glass is very fluid towards the high end temperature of the working temperature, which is about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see it's very fluid when it's close to 2100 degrees, and it moves like honey. So now Sarah has a talio, which is a graphite paddle she'll use for the sides of the foot, while Gabe presses on the bottom. Gabe has prepared another pipe. The puntee gets aligned on the bottom of the foot, and once it's securely attached, they'll break the piece off of the original blowpipe, allowing them access to continue shaping the neck and the lip of the decanter. So now they've increased the temperature on that top portion of the piece. You can see it's glowing orange again. So that's a good thing to keep in mind just as you're watching, to keep track of where the heat is, and that'll indicate where they're going to shape next. There are a couple of sets of calipers just next to the bench. Sarah's able to measure the length of the neck, and then just now was torching the very edge so they can fold that out. Just a quick announcement coming up next week. We have a visiting artist in the shop for a 5-day residency beginning on the 7th. So you can catch Raven Sky River in the hot shop with us. And that's next week starting on the 7th. If you ever see an artist in our lineup that you're really interested in, but it doesn't maybe work out that you can be here for it, go onto our website. There's a link to watch us live streaming on the web, so you're still able to catch a glimpse of what's happening here in the hot shop, even if you can't be here. All right, just finishing up this piece, and it's off to the annealing oven. Let's go ahead and give the team a round of applause. The annealing oven is there to slowly cool the glass and get it down to room temperature safely, avoiding thermal shock. And that'll be in there overnight. Welcome those of you who are just arriving to our hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. My name is Heather and I am your MC today. We're starting out this next piece. They're doing a series, a limited edition series that our team designs and creates in-house. Different design each year. And those are going to be available at our Red Hot auction September 19th. So the night of the auction, those will be available. We've got a couple of prototypes and a little bit further in the process here. So they have fabricated a mold to get a consistent shape and size. And then now we're moving into color once they kind of work some things out with the clear glass. The color tends to be much more expensive and we have to purchase that from a manufacturer. So once we get the design worked out a little bit more, then we move into making it with color. So this is the goblet design right here. You can see it has a lovely serpent on the stem. The decanter is also going to have a stopper with a serpent on top of that as well. And then we can pull up some images of past year's designs on the screen. We'll just do a little slideshow of pictures from the previous goblets and decanter designs. Oh, just kidding. They stepped away from the desk. So when they come back, we'll play those images for you guys so you can get a feel of what the finished ones kind of look like. Right now, they're doing a color overlay technique. They just applied some of the colored glass right over a clear starter bubble. The colored glass is achieved by adding metal oxides to a glass formula compatible with our clear that we melt in the furnace. By applying that in a layer over the bubble, when it's blown, it's going to yield an even saturation of that color throughout the entire piece. There are other forms of colored glass that we use here in the shop as well that have different looks to them. So for instance, the bar comes like this. So we would preheat the colored glass in a small oven right over next to the ducting. It has some chalk drawings on it. And that brings this up to 1,000 degrees, which is a low end of the working temperature. Once it's picked up, then they heat it up until it's soft and molten, and then they're able to apply it to the clear. Once they've shaped the colored layer nice and evenly, then they'll begin gathering more clear glass from the glass furnace to build up the amount of material that they need for the size of the piece they're going to make. How do you know when they're not there? How did... Oh, the logo? Okay. I'm a little rusty around these parts. I don't know all the things anymore. Inside the glass furnace that Nick is gathering from right now is a large ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And that furnace is kept on 24/7, and it's fueled by natural gas and forced air. The consistency at that temperature is such where it behaves like honey. So if he was to stop turning the pipe, the glass would just drip off onto the ground. At the moment, Nick is using a wooden ladle-shaped tool that is a block, and it's soaked in the bucket of water behind the bench. That allows him to center the glass and get it into a symmetrical shape on the end of the pipe. Right now, Nick is cooling the pipe in a small trough that runs water over the pipe so that he can handle that a little closer to the weight on the end. All right, just taking the final gather. Then they'll transfer over to the center bench for the form to get blown. And this is Sarah Gilbert sitting at the bench. For those of you who arrived a little later on, we are working with our resident hot shop team. They're here full time at the Museum of Glass. They are the ones that design the annual decanter and goblet for the Red Hot auction coming up in September. Right over here, Nick just took out the mold that they're going to be using. It was soaking in a tub of water, and that just helps to do that each time to keep it from deteriorating too quickly. So all of the furnaces are natural gas and forced air. And we have two furnaces that hold the molten glass, the one we were gathering from on this side, and then just on the other side of Nick, there's another furnace. So we can have 1 ton of glass on hand if we need it. Typically, we'll alternate while one's being filled up or charged. We'll be gathering from the other furnace, and then we can alternate. Sarah's now using a pad of newspaper that's soaked in water to shape the bubble as Gabe is blowing through the end of the pipe, inflating the bubble as she shapes it. Sarah is using the jacks to place a constriction in front of where this is attached to the pipe. Eventually, later in the process, it'll get broken off at that constricted line that we refer to as the neckline. All right, now Sarah's climbed up the stairs, dropped the bubble inside the mold. Nick has closed it around it. She's blowing in through the end of the pipe while rotating, and it's going to take on the shape of the inside of the mold. You may have noticed it's changed colors since it's been in the mold. Prior to placing it in there, we needed the glass to be soft and malleable, so closer to the higher end of the working temperature, approaching 2,000 degrees. As it cools, you'll start to see the color of it. It looks a little more green and maybe orange right now, but in fact, once it's cooled down to room temperature, it'll be this beautiful transparent blue. Next, Gabe is going to bring over a series of clear bits to be added as decoration to the outside. So they touch that down and then stretch it over the bottom. Some fun things coming up in the Hot Shop this month. We have Concert in the Cone happening May 21st, and it is free to the public. So put that on your calendar. It's at 6 p.m. There'll be live glass blowing here in the Hot Shop, along with a performance by James Doyle. Title of his show is Confluence with the Space of Making. So it'll be a really multi-dimensional experience of music and live glass blowing at the same time. Okay, now we have all 4 of the decorative bits applied. The next thing is Gabe is going to gather onto a larger diameter pipe to gather up a bit more glass. They're going to create a solid foot on the bottom. It's about a 1/2 inch thick and about 3 inches diameter, 2.5 inches diameter. So that was a great demonstration to see the fluidity of the glass and how it's able to just be dropped right on the bottom of that. Sarah's going to use the Talio, which is a graphite paddle, to shape and flatten the sides of it. And Gabe has the wooden paddle pressing against the bottom at the same time. Yes. Together? So the question was, how long have they been working together? Gabe and one of our other Hot Shop team members who's not on the floor today were hired originally when the Museum of Glass opened. So, and then Sarah came a few years after that, and then Nick, how long have you been with the team now? 10 years. Okay, and then Nick has been here with the team full time for 10 years, over 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, so the communication is something, it's a very physical dance, right? So just like you would choreograph a troupe of dancers, everyone has a role that they play, and there's a name for the roles that they do. And so they have a discussion before they start. Be like, okay, you're doing this, I'm doing this, and everyone has their understood role. And yeah, they don't have to say a whole lot. Yeah. Gabe is now preparing the punty, which is a solid pipe, a little bit of clear glass on the end. That's going to get aligned on center on the bottom of the foot. Once it's securely attached, they'll then break it off of the original blowpipe, allowing them access to shaping the neck and the lip. Once that's securely attached, then Sarah's gonna dip the tweezers into the bucket of water behind her and drip some water right into the neckline, creating stress cracks in the glass, and then tap the pipe and it'll release. Yeah, what made you guys put in all these spotlights? You can see now that right at that neck, they've concentrated the heat there. It's glowing orange. That's a great indicator. As you're watching, just look for the areas that are glowing orange, and you'll be able to tell where they're going to be shaping next. So you may notice that Gabe will go all the way in for a overall flash and then back that out so just the neck was exposed to the heat. Sarah has a couple of pairs of calipers on the table next to the bench. One is set to the measurement of the length of the neck, and the other is the diameter. So just building up more heat on the lip by using the torch. They're able to concentrate it in a specific area while the rest of it's holding its shape. Yes. I think that one is MAP gas. Okay. Yeah, it's MAP gas. Yes. And then we have an oxypropane torch that's hanging right under the light. And then this fluffy torch on the back is just propane. They're just about finished with this piece. Nick has gone over and got the tongs. They have Kevlar over the end to protect so it doesn't pull too much heat away from the glass when it comes in contact. She's going to shock that with water once again where it's attached. Then they're going to fire polish the bottom with the oxypropane torch, which can get up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's off to the annealing oven. Let's give our team a round of applause, everyone. The annealing oven is there to hold the glass at a stable temperature, which for glass is about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's not going to slump in that oven from being too hot. It's going to hold its shape, and we'll start the program to slowly bring that down in temperature overnight to relieve the glass from any stress so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. Are we done? You got one more? No, we don't have time to make another. Okay. Okay. All right, so we don't quite have enough time to do a whole nother one of those. So I will love to take any questions you guys might have. All right, they're going to do a little demonstration up front if you guys want to get down closer.
I'll put it right here, Nick. It's kind of shielded from the wind, maybe. There?
Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to come to the middle, it's a good spot.